I'm on my way to UNWOMEN and I want to carry you along with me. I just came to drop the children. What's happening? Why is this saying damn? Oh, okay. So I'm taking you guys along. Let's go. Uh, I usually make up in the car. I just drop the children, so I want to do my makeup now. Today is a final day, so I want to go and look for fuel and buy. So we'll be together as we go, as we do this. So, as usual, let's go and buy fuel, and then we'll find our way to UNWOMEN. As I usually say, the phone might be rumbling here and there. And you're gonna bear with me. Oh dear, what just happened? Holy Spirit, today is a good day, very good day.
Ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
And I'll try this week. This sun has been in my house so much. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. You are the fourth man in the fire. Oh, I will not be afraid. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. You are the fourth man in the fire. Oh, I will not be afraid. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, God all by yourself. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, on seven faithful God. You are my Thank you, son. And my God, my peace in the storm. fire. Oh, I will not be afraid. I praise you. I praise you in the valley. Praise you in the fire. All by yourself. I praise you in the mountain. Praise you in the valley. Very faithful God. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, God all by yourself. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, God willing, faithful God. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God, you are God all by yourself. I praise you, no ceasing, praise you in the fire. Fading, faithful God. You are my shepherd. Lord, you guide my peace in the sorry storm. Of what my endless fire. You say you not be Thank you, Jesus. You are my shepherd and my guide, my peace in the storm. You are my fourth man in the fire. Oh, you say I will not be You are my shepherd and my guide, my peace in the storm. You are my fourth man in the fire. Oh, I will not be afraid. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God, I'm faithful. Thank you, Jesus. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. The fourth man in the fire. I will not be afraid. Lord, I praise you. I praise you. You are God. Lord, I praise you in the mountain season, and I praise you through the fire. Unfailing, faithful Lord, you died the fourth man in this fire. Mark, wait, Mark, come before you put this in for me.
Ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully. Thank you, Jesus. You are my shelter and my God, my peace in the storm. You are the fourth in the fire. Oh, I will not be You are my shelter and my God, my peace in the storm. You are the fourth in the I will not be I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God all by yourself. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. Unsaid, faithful God. My shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. The fire in the fire. I will not praise you
in
in
the
the
mountain,
mountain,
praise
praise
you
you
in
in
the
the
valley.
valley.
God,
God, you are God all by yourself. I praise you in the season, and I praise you through the fire. Unfailing, faithful God. You are my shepherd, Lord your God, my peace in the still storm. Go forth right in this fire. You said, do not be afraid. Oh, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. And my guide, my peace in the storm. You are no swordsman in the fire. Oh, you say do not be afraid. You are my shepherd and my guide, my peace in the storm. You are the fire in the fire. Oh, don't be I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God all by yourself. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, unfailing, faithful God. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. The thought fighting the fire. Oh, you say do not be afraid. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God
Lord, you guide me, my peace in this very storm. The fourth man is fire. Whoa, you said, do not be afraid. Thank you, Jesus. I have a right now. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, God all by yourself. And I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, unfailing, faithful God. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. The fallen in the fire. I will not be afraid. And I praise you. I praise you. I praise you. You are Lord, I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God, you are God all by yourself. I praise you in season, yeah, I praise you from the fire. Unfailing, faithful God. You are my shepherd, Lord, your God, my peace in this very storm.
are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. You are the fourth man in the fire. Oh, you say you'll not be afraid. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. You are the fourth man in the fire. Oh, you say I will not be afraid. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, God all by yourself. And I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, unfailing, faithful God. You are my shepherd and my God, my peace in the storm. The fourth man in the fire. I will not be afraid. Lord, I praise you. I praise you in the praise you, praise you in the valley. God all by yourself. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, unfailing, faithful God. I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley, God by yourself. Lord, I praise you in the mountain, praise you in the valley. God, you were God all by yourself. I praise you in seasons, yeah, I praise you through the fire. Unfailing, faithful God. You are my shepherd, Lord.
We are in UN Women. I want to do my makeup. Let's do makeup. 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 We made it to UN Women safely. Let me quickly do my makeup before I go. Shedik Ngbohike. Hello. I don't I can't pronounce this name, but hi, welcome. I cannot pronounce that name. When I was making this now. This is what I do. I try as much as possible to come. If I have an urgent meeting to make up, pack all my makeup things, my hair stuff, then I try as much as possible to leave the house early with the children, drop them in school. Then immediately I drop them in school, I try to rush to the venue or the place where I have the appointment and then park in a very strategic position and then do my take care of myself because I cannot just barge into the madam is around. Money, ma. The madam is around. Okay, we're done with the hair. Today is fine. I was using white thoughts, powder. Somebody now said that nobody uses white powder. I was shocked. I said, if nobody uses white powder, me, I still use white powder on my face. Peggy still use white powder on her face. So as I say, I come early like this and then try to kind of arrange myself. The way out for me is to go out. The way out for me is to go out with my makeup stuff, my hair stuff, to the venue that I'm going. If I still want to kind of take care of myself and do my makeup. So that's what I do right now. But with time, I know this will change, you know, because the children are growing and I'm getting ready to start prepping their food. So you can see that in the morning, things the workload won't be too much for me. I'll be able to do some things before leaving the house. But now I'm enjoying the situation that I'm in right now because I'm making ways for me to make things work. Somebody saw me in this UNWOMEN that I came for this meeting. He asked me how old I am. I told him to guess. He said I'm 35 years old. Guess what? The guy removed 6 years out of my years. That means I'm getting younger every day. It's so exciting. As in 6 whole years out of my years. So wow. So I really look young. Jesus, I'm sweating. Why am I sweating? I am almost there. Almost there. need to buy my pencil. My pencil. My pencil that I use and drawing my eyebrow is finished. So short. See, I need to replace it. We're done. I'm done. We're done. I'm done. Let me show you how I look. Yay! I've done my makeup. See how I look. Let me remove this. I use this to put off my skin. My yeah, to kind of make my hair bend a little bit. As in press my hair a little bit. How do I look? Okay, let me tidy it so that I can be on. Let's go. Going inside the UN women. Serious? Oh, yeah.
We just travel 4 months, no sex.
But that boy is true now. No, serious. Can you stand it? No, it's not about women. Like you, can you stand it?
They are making that the way when they are honey.
See,
No,
men pee on unnecessary.
Huh?
Men will always pee on it.
That's the thing now.
Well, after peeing,
Man, we're just looking at one lab. Like that.
women will still want it more.
No, one thing you have to know is that men they come easily, but women does not come easily. So that's the issue. But women know you must do, you must play, you must do this, do that before they will come. But men don't know that one. Before you don't go, but woman need you to do this thing, do that one, but you know undo because you don't satisfy yourself already. You know they do like that. They spend time where you know be one man.
I don't know that one.
Because if you are here,
Thank you.
is the contact person? It is.
Okay.
Usually when you come to the place, you have to use that. 586.
Okay. Me, driver and 2 workers. You can drive like not less than 10 minutes. Why do you know the sport? It's hot. What's the name of the person? Hmm? Simone. Simone. Man, I will use your now. Victor. Victor. Yeah? I will use the same one.
Okay, maybe we shall. Okay, we are going to the same place. Let me give you the laptop.
Hmm?
Take, take. We are in the same thing, the same information. But I have laptop. Laptop. 080 35. Yes.
Okay, just come. Ask them, just come. Tell them you are doing, you are calling me. They'll direct
I shouldn't
you. Just come straight.
take.
Come to the your phone number. 08068. Tell them to come straight to the building. 08068. 6878. 7867.
6878.
6878. 6878.
67.
6753. Which agency meeting are you doing?
LCDC.
Huh?
LCDC.
Fine. How do morning? Shoo. Walking to the hall. I am walking to the hall. There's a lot of security pass and all that. That's why you see that some part of the video is blank. Yes, some part of it is blank because the security hurdles, you have to put it in the scanner and all that stuff. Yes, so that's why you see that some parts will be dark. And I'm still going to another security pass, so I'm still going to put it in the bag. So I'm kind of stealing to make this video, hiding some part of this thing. Yes. Good morning. Okay. Good morning. I thought I'll put it in the this thing. Is Oga Ime coming today? He's not. He's not coming today. Oh, alright. Oh, okay.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. The guy started.
I'm Prince Xavier Yaba, the Senior Technical Advisor to the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs on Climate Change and Green Economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are all welcome. We are all welcome to this section. I don't know if I should say I want this thing to end because I know today is the last day for the capacity building, but that does not mean that this movement is ending today, and maybe during the training we'll still hear from everybody from each sector, because I know everybody from all the previous sectors that we have conducted capacity building are all here. We want to hear from, have feedback. I believe that when you went back, you must have done something, particularly about what you got from the previous training. So want to still hear from you what you have been able to do and what is on the pipeline. So having said that, we are going to move straight down to our agenda for today. um, opening. So we've done the opening remark, and then we are going to look into objective of the toolkit. Today we are having the MRV, the monitoring, reporting, and verification and climate finance gender responsive toolkit, and objective and the overview of the both NECs and ETF under Article 13, and all phases of these categories. And we have the reporting templates. We have which gender climate indicators and so on and so forth. And then we have the digital MRV to category, and then we'll be going for break, and we'll have when we come back, we'll go. Also, we'll look into institutional capacity assessment, and then the MRV governance operational tools, and we move to data governance and security tools, and last but not the least, training and monitoring aids, and then we do our group. We'll have today, so 11:30, 11:30 or 12? 11. For our break, and then say that I have always said it. What time is the prayer? It's true. Very true. Yes, 11:30 we'll go for a break. Yes.
And then goes after that.
Yes. So I know today is Friday and people want to, and I thank God that everybody is here on time. Like it's unusual to have full this thing, But in as much as we want to, finish, let it also be enjoy the interactiveness, so I always say, I don't want to be the one talking. If you have a comment, please signal at any your experience, because I can see we have people from even from academia, and this is very developed represented in the too fast call me back. I will say that some if you are in the MDS, you will understand what I mean. Okay, so it is a guide that was developed, that is developed to help us verbally. We need to know how to go about it, processes, tools that we will use to actually mainstream gender. So that was what resulted to this development of this toolkit. It is something that a lot of people have wanted to do, but because it is enormous, it is something that it cuts across all sectors in the country. So I would say that really we need to give a round of applause to UNWOMEN for taking this up, and And not only that, like I've always said, this is not just the ending or, this is just the beginning of bigger things that we need to actually do in our various capacity. Having said that, I would also want to maybe reintroduce myself so that you know where I'm coming from and um, how I am really relevant in this sector. I started with the private sector. My career started with the private sector a long time ago, and having worked there, I moved to the Federal Ministry of Environment. I worked with the Federal Ministry of Environment in EA, Environmental Assessment Department, for 11 years. And after working there in EA department, I actually had that exposure of handling um, decisions in various sectors. So if you are conversant with environmental impact assessment, you will know that it is backed by law, by the EIA Act, and their work cuts across all sectors from agri, water, health, circular economy, industry, oil and gas, or whatnot. So I had that privilege, and actually it gave me that insight on the challenges of mainstreaming gender in different sectors. And from there, I moved to National Council on Climate Change. I worked with the National Council on Climate Change, and I had that exposure as regards to what is expected of Nigeria as a country, as they have signed, they are part of the signatories to the Paris Agreement. And then I also work with an NGO, Eco Green Africa, and in Eco Green Africa, we deal with a lot of implementation of a lot of projects and in partnership with development partners and all that. So I would say that with this, I can tell you, I'm also a PhD researcher, and this toolkit, we didn't just jump into developing it. It passed through a lot of assessments. We did stakeholders workshop and also focus group discussion. And then from that, we moved to the development. So having said that, I would say that I can tell you verbatim the challenges that the private sector face when it comes to mainstreaming gender. And I can tell you the challenges that the MDS face when it comes to mainstreaming gender. I can also tell you the challenges that NGOs and CSO face, as well as the criteria that the development partners look towards having mainstreaming gender in all their projects. So with that, I would want to also reiterate that this is not a training. You are not coming here for me to talk this thing. I want to hear, we all, we all want to hear from each other, and that's it. Let's move to our assessment, pre-assessment, pre-training assessments. Please, those from the back, can you see it? Okay. Okay, so you don't need to write this down. So I'll read the questions. Number one, do you understand what MR Nigerians climate change work? Do we, that's measurements, sometimes verification work? Do we? Okay, some of us, it's okay, most of us don't. Okay, number two, are you familiar with Nigeria's key climate frameworks, such as the NDC 3.0, the LT-LED, the ETF, and the BTR? I know some of us were in the last sessions. We have because we spoke in detail about it, but some of us that are new may not know. So we will go in details too on it. Number 3, have you used or seen a digital tool like the Power BI, the Kobo Toolbox, or the GIFMIS and the QGIS, and for collecting or analyzing climate or gender data? Have you used or have you seen such tool? Okay, some of us have not. Number 4, do you know how to identify or to track gender responsive climate budgets using tools such as the GGCE or is some, but some do not. Okay. Are you conversant with using boards that align the ETF, that's the Transparency Framework for tracking Nigeria's climate progress? Are we conversant with it? Okay, we are not. Then have you ever participated in gender in the context of MRV and climate finance? So you are seeing the gap, in the system, the gap in your organization, and even the gap within Nigeria as a whole. Because if most of us representing different sectors are not as it was developed by the UNWOMEN Nigeria in collaboration with the National Council on Climate Change to make sure women and men benefit fairly from the country's climate policies, investment, and reporting system. So the toolkit is a practical guide that helps government agencies, civil societies, private sectors, communities, development partners to track and report climate action in a way that includes gender equality. So it connects 2 major areas. This toolkit connects both with the MRV. This is to track how Nigeria's climate actions are planned, implemented, and measured under its international commitments, like the Paris Agreement and the Enhanced Transparency Framework. Also, another major area is the climate finance, which ensures that funds meant for climate solutions are budgeted, tracked, and reported in a gender responsive way, so that both men and women benefit from climate investment. So this translates into big policy goals, which into easy to use tools, templates, and dashboards to help practitioners collect data, track budgets, and measure progress. Also to report gender-sensitive results in line with the nationally determined contribution and the long-term low-emission development strategy. That is the LT lens. So these two matter because it solves these issues. 1, embedding gender indicators into Nigeria's MRV systems with the 2, using the digital tools like the Power BI, the Kobo Toolbox. It helps you collect real-time gender disaggregated data. It helps you introduce budget tagging framework like the GGCE. We will know more about it as we move on. And also so that the climate budget can be tracked by gender. It also provides templates like the PTR and the sectoral plans that clearly shows gendered co-benefits and outcome. So the PTR is the biennial transparency report. All these are all terminologies used under the UNFCCC and expectations that countries that sign the Paris Agreement need to submit to the UNFCCC. So, This toolkit, with all this, the toolkit helps to strengthen transparency, accountability, and trust in our climate. Nigeria's climate funds and programs are managed. So I mentioned earlier who these tools are designed for. And like I mentioned, everybody needs to use this tool in all sectors. So, but one thing we have to have in mind, which I have always mentioned in our different trainings for different sectors, I've said that this is not just for the field officers, it's not just for the gender focal persons, it's not just for the policy planners. This is also for the ICT officers. It's also for the budget officers. It's also for the planning officers, for the procurement officers. So we encourage us all, after this training, you go back, the recommendation should be that whatsoever soft copy you are getting, we know that we have the issue or the gap in capacity training, capacity building, but let there be a recommendation that people from different departments should be brought up to what this toolkit is all about, because the toolkit gives them also some checklists and some templates on how to mainstream gender in their different departments. Because whatever budget or whatever funding that is coming to our various organizations will not just come straight to you as a field officer. It has to be budgeted for, it has to be planned by the account officers, even the procurement officers where need may be, has to be part of it. So if you don't actually inform them about this toolkit and how to utilize it, that means they are not going to make good informed decisions. You will be in your department and decisions that pertain gender will be taken even in the academia, and you will not be able to inform them on what they need to do or even give them the tools that they will use to make sure that they make better gender decisions. So that is what this toolkit is all about. The government, the MDAs, like I mentioned, if your MDA is not captured there, we don't need to mention all the MDAs because we have a lot more to do apart from mentioning names. And that is why I always say UNFCCC will always talk about thematic areas. They don't mention Ministry of Agri or Ministry of Information. They just talk about the thematic areas. So both the private sector too are not left behind. They're not left out of it. Private sector always feel that they don't, but really they need to be brought up to how to use it to mainstream gender in their decisions. Also, the academia and research institutes are also captured here for data validation and gender analysis. So, I mentioned previously that the toolkit is divided into 7 categories. You have the reporting templates, where you have standardized forms for BTR and the NDC progress reports, sectoral plans showing gender impacts, and you have the digital MRV tools, which will give you templates and how to deploy the Kobo toolbox or the dashboards. Why we encourage the use of digital MRV tools is that during the assessment, we realize that most organizations work in silos. So nobody you don't know what is happening in another department. And it's a big bottleneck, because those in the academia or those in NGOs or CSOs that need those data find it very hard, to come across this data, even with the freedom of what they call it, FOI information that is have been passed. But even at that, they can't have. And when you don't have data, you won't be able to plan well. So we encourage and we appeal to all of us to actually, for those of us that, because we know that there are some organizations that are already, they have gender responsive policies and they have data regarding gender. But the issue right now is that how is it transmitted? Is it just in your laptop or in your own website or in your offices? It has to be transmitted to the National Council on Climate Change, who will now submit it to the UNFCCC. So, and also it needs to be accessible to all sectors so that we'll be able to utilize it and also make a proper gender decision. So that is why you are seeing it as one of the categories of this toolkit. And the next one is the budget tagging instrument, where you see the use of the GCE and the template for gender climate finance tracking within the GFMIS. And also you have this capacity assessment tools. This category is something that we all know that there's a gap there. And during the assessment, we realized that we just have, like, we can count how many gender focal persons in each MDAs. And that is not how it's supposed to be. And I mentioned, if you are in one department and a decision is being taken in another department, you will not know about it. So there is the gap in capacity building, and this toolkit is offering you tools to be able to know your institutional readiness. Okay, what we are appealing and encouraging us to do is for each department in your organization to have a gender focal person. We also encourage a gender focal committee, because one tree cannot make a forest, and with that, all the strenuous processes that UNWOMEN pass through to make informed recommendations for the NDC 3.0, they wouldn't have passed through it if we have gender focal point institutionalized in our different organizations. So the MRV Climate Finance Toolkit has tools for capacity assessment support. Then we have the governance templates, which helps you to know structures for interagency coordination and feedback loops, which I just spoke about. This is very important. And all these tools connect to Nigeria's national and subnational systems, helping policymakers, practitioners work together to make climate governance more inclusive, measurable, and transformative. So, in simple terms, the toolkit is going to help Nigeria track how climate funds and projects benefit both men and women, make data-driven, transparent decisions, build inclusive reporting systems that meet international standards, also ensure that no one is left behind in the country's transition to a low carbon climate resilience. So we are all seeing that this is all aligned, the toolkit is all aligned with the UNFCCC. Okay, it's all aligned to mitigate climate change, to make sure that all decisions, all processes that are channeled to mitigation of climate change is inclusive. Okay, before we move to this, I want us to see because when we talk about the NDC 3.0, that is a nationally determined contribution. It's actually what every country that signed the Paris Agreement are committed to submit every 5 years. So it shows how a country plans to cut greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. So right now, as of last month, the NDC 3.0 was submitted by the National Council of Climate Change. I mentioned that this toolkit was done in collaboration with the National Council of Climate Change, and the National Council of Climate Change is the authority that represents Nigeria internationally as regards climate change issues. So last month, the NDC 3.0 was submitted on behalf of Nigeria to the UNFCCC. First of all, before it is submitted, it's like I mentioned, it is a commitment that every country that signed the Paris Agreement must submit to the UNFCCC. So, but it is not a must. If any country like USA that Trump said that they don't believe in climate change, they don't know that there's nothing like climate change, they're not part of it. They have pulled out. Okay? So, but most countries, especially developing countries, African countries, have signed this Paris Agreement, and they are expected to submit the nationally determined contribution every 5 years, showing what the activities that they have outlined across all sectors on how to mitigate climate change issues. So now, before a country like Nigeria submits theirs, they have to communicate with all sectors. Normally, the MDAs, okay, we have the ministries, agencies, and departments, and then we have the development partners and the private sectors. But mostly, on behalf of the agencies, you have the ministries submitting their commitments on behalf of the agencies. So some of us here that are from different departments and agencies might not be aware, or may be aware, that whatsoever data they have, or every 5 years, that their sector normally submits what they're supposed to do, activities that are outlined to mitigate climate change. So why I'm saying that is because of the discussion we had. So before National Council of Climate Change submit this, they will communicate to all stakeholders and have their input. So this input will be validated. So after the series of input, the consultant in charge of the NDC would submit maybe a skeleton, like the structure of how it's going to look, so that whatever feedback and commitment you are sending in will be streamlined according to that structure. Then after that, all these stakeholders will be invited to a validatory workshop where they are going to validate and say, okay, that our submission are well captured in this document. And when all these stakeholders, both even the disabled, the vulnerable groups, all sectors are always invited. And when they validate that this document capture all their submission, this document will now be moved to the FEC, that's the Federal Executive Council, where they will give their approval, and then the National Council of Climate Change will now submit it to the UNFCCC. So why they do that is because the UNFCCC that is in charge of making decisions that has to do with climate change has pools of funds that are streamlined, or they are streamlined to actually mitigate certain climate change issues. So if Nigeria is submitting, or maybe Africa, because sometimes they put Africa together, West Africa, they categorize it. So if whatever this commitment you are submitting will ascertain how much will be given to you. So that was the problem with our previous NDCs, because as of 2015, you don't really hear much of okay gender. You have few talks about gender and all that. Okay, so when we did the first NDC around 2015, gender was not mentioned. Then did the second NDC. It was like, okay, we'll take care of the women and all that. It was just a mere mention. And then that was what made it that there was no, the funds were not actually much that is aligned or targeting gender issues. So this time around, the young women did fit like we can't to actually meet people from budget and national planning, meet people from water resources, meet people from what they call it, industry sector, and appeal to them, okay, whatever submission you're making, please try to make it a bit gender responsive. But it was not easy like that. When we approach it, like, you people have come again. Gender people, every time, women matter. Women, we have our own issues. Because they didn't have the data. Okay, so you are seeing the gaps. Okay, so you are seeing the gaps. You answered.
No. Let's go.
It will get to you.
Okay, mine is so for every time the issue around climate change is mentioned, especially for Africa, there is always this, skepticism, like, are we even, what are we producing? Industrialization isn't, we don't have a lot of industrialization activities happening in Africa, and of course Nigeria is one of them. So with these indicators, the first one is saying 20% emission reduction by 2030. And I'm just asking myself, what is the baseline currently in terms of emission, and compared to, like other more developed countries who I know should actually be championing this more than Africa, given, of course, the level of industrialization activities happening. And then even for the 7% emission, what is the baseline? What are we working with currently? So that would help us. If you say this is where we are, we can now map or monitor progress.
All that.
Okay. This is a very good question, and that is why people like you representing your organization need to participate in the validatory workshop and in the stakeholders workshop to ask this question. This is not a policy document. It's telling you what Nigeria committed to. It's not telling you that we are Nigeria and this is what. I'm not speaking for Nigeria, I'm speaking for UN Women, and I'm telling you about a tool that will help you to mainstream gender in your activities. So having said that, I can give you the NDC document, the NDC 3.0 document that you can read through. Those things are all there. You can, I swear, I don't know if we have somebody from National Council on Climate Change that can. Huh? Yes.
The baselines are all in the document. When you go through the document, you see where we're coming from
So,
and where
are you getting me? So, the NCCC can give you more details. The NDC 3.0 document, you can read through it, you can get more details on that. Okay? So, that's that. You. Please, can you pass?
I think I can be that one. I think this whole thing is trying
Let's hear you with the microphone.
Sorry, it's just to add more to what she has said, but in a plain language, because she was a little more technical. You know, these technical people, they like technical things. To is to trace our carbon footprint by trying to reduce emission, so that any activity, we know that climate change has been mainstreamed into all NDAs. So that 20% to 2030 that we are saying is that all MDAs, your budget must be climate responsive. So there is an activity your MDA must do to either mitigate climate change. So depending on your sector, I'm from the agri sector. We have a lot of activities to mitigate climate change. So it means that every year, from when we made that commitment till 2030, we would have activities that is going to mitigate climate change. So if industry does their own, we do our own, oil and gas do their own, transport does their own, it means that at the end of the day, by 2030, we would have reduced emissions by 20%. For the 47%, we are saying, okay, we can actually do more than 20%, but we are still a growing economy. We cannot put all our money trying to either do climate adaptation or mitigation. If we get funds as support, we can do more. So instead of, let's say my ministry now, instead of putting 5 billion for climate change mitigation and adaptation, if we get donor funding, external funds, we can put 20 billion. So you see, we have tripled our emission reduction. So we might even hit our mark before 2030. So that is the whole thing. So it doesn't matter whether it's gender debt or this thing, but all our activities as a country, we should be able to by 2030. And when we get more donor, okay, like let me say, I will still use environment and agri, water resources. There is an APISAL project, which is an external fund. Though it's a degraded land, we are doing a lot of climate activities, which is helping us to reclaim our degraded lands and also mitigate climate change. So that's the whole NDC commitment. Thank you.
I'm confused. So it's more clarified.
Right?
Technical language.
Use technical language. Mitigation adaptation.
Question four. I am from the sector. If budget is very, very minimal from the So can you people support us to sensitize our schools, the unity? Why you not allowing my dad to talk?
I say once everybody.
I want him to everything. His own thought, his grandmaster thought.
I don't know grandmaster talk. I just say what we should do, what we're doing, so that in a simple
Hello, good
language.
morning, everyone. My name is It's Federal Ministry.
The SMEs are bringing together, it actually amounts to much. So that's the question.
Will I remember about the question? So, okay, thank you very much. I want to try and bring it down to the lowest practical terms on project MRV and how we can come in and how we can address climate financing. So obviously it's a gender inclusion program, so I can actually use our ministry. So let's take for example about budgeting and financing. We all know that we don't receive like budget is there's constraint on our budget release, ministries don't have funding. But every climate program that is pure green is funded. For example, now in our ministry, when I joined it, I tried to make sure that we had a budget for green. Sorry, I mentioned Women Affairs.
Yeah.
I'm from Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, so it's a gender conversation. Yeah. Okay. So basically, first thing I did was to try and make sure that we captured projects that the Green Board can pick up. Now, the Green Bond World Bank FCDA funds green project in any ministry. So we did clean cooking solutions that had no fossil fuel at all. That means no LPG, no CNG. And what you do is you put it in your budget. Even if you don't have money for that program, you put it in your budget. Green Bond Ministry of Environment will capture that project as a green project. And then they will come and sit down with the group in charge of that program. So what we did is we captured green projects. I used as a pure green cooking solutions that has an inbuilt MRV inside it. So when you distribute these items and you're cooking with it, the inbuilt MRV measures the emission that you're reducing. So it gives it a whole complete set. So that's one of the things that you can do in your ministry, capturing green programs, embedded in your budget. Even though you don't have the funding for that budget, it should be captured by Green Bond if you disseminate the information to them. So that's on that part. On the part of what we're trying to do in our other program, that is MRV measurement. For example, now let's go to something else like LPG, distribution of cylinders, which the government is doing, and obviously the sustainability about it. And how can that support women in getting funding? We're doing MRV, verified MRV on emission certification, tagging those cylinders. I know it sounds like a long process. Tagging those cylinders, so when those cylinders are finished, the molecules has been used in that cylinder is what the measurement is transmitted. So there are different models for the transport sector, for example. Now you can even Google it. How many kilometers do you offset if you drive an EV vehicle? Do you get? So Ministry of Transport is meant to be, I know the energy transition plan changed a little bit. The Ministry of Transportation, for example, now are promoting CNG transport vehicles. Somebody asked, how do we reach net zero by 2060? So these are some of the things that we're also looking at as somebody that is also part of the NDC partnership. Our own idea is that the infrastructure for these services should be established with a gender inclusion. So we have engaged with operators, developers in this space for gender inclusion, and we're starting with training for women, and we've also done identify women that can benefit from this transition, and through MRV. So MRV is very important, and then those MRV will now measure your carbon that you've offset in driving an electric transport or reducing your carbon emission, and then just like she said, you can now use those to record what you have reduced in your own ministry. Agriculture, for example, now you have your AgriSal, semi-arid region. You know what you're doing, addressing land regulation, and
how do you measure it now? How do you measure the carbon reduction?
The carbon, okay, Afolo, for example, now Afolo is agriculture, forestry, and so you have programs where if you're doing drip irrigation, for example, now, and you're using solar, what you just do is that solar entity, that solar component, you attach your MRV reporting to that. So you can say, oh, we have done 100 hectares using solar drip irrigation, rather than what would have used if there was power, or if you're using the grid, which is like fossil fuel. So you're using alternative energy to pump your water, for example, now. Then in terms of if you're addressing arid area, you can now say, oh, we have planted X amount of green crops or crops that has regenerated that land. So that is also addressing climate change. You're mitigating drought. You did get identification. If you go into the south side region, the mangrove border, and what the challenges that we have around those areas as well. Planting more tree, additionality also is important before obviously those languages come into play. So those are part of the things that they're doing in the transport sector, and addresses all these are under the NDC. There are priority actions of the NDC to meet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your question. You okay? Yeah, that's what I want to come to.
What was your
now.
question? Private sector.
So your question is on private sector. How does private sector come into this? Now, this toolkit is divided. It cuts across different fall into. If it's in agric, you would have been available during the agric capacity building. There, the toolkit has a lot of tools to help you see how you mainstream gender in all your activities. How can you can even assess targeted funds. Okay, so but you have nothing to lose. You are going to get the soft copy. Since you are in private sector, you are going to get all the training manual for all those this. But if you listen with this one, by the time you get the training manual, you understand how to actually go through it. Your question has been answered, right?
And also, don't forget, government doesn't implement this project themselves. Government partners private sector. So private sectors are the ones that government engages to execute on this project. For the transportation program, for example, the company we're using knows is in this space, so they understand. So what we're trying to do is address training on MRV across the MDs as it relates to your MRV to actually calculate your carbon offsets, so that you can now use that document, that methodology report to go for your climate financing, even as a private sector. If like in your office now, your gen, anytime you actually put on your solar, your solar comes on, you're entitled to carbon credit because you're reducing your own personal carbon footprint. But we don't have that here in Nigeria. Well, but we're also using fossil fuel. You're going renewable, and maybe there's no light you put on your solar. You're actually entitled to money. In England, if you have your solar inverter, what you cannot use, you actually send it to the grid. They take it for the grid to you and they give you money on that. So there's a lot of activities around MRV that this conversation cannot end here. It's a continuous thing, but there's a lot going on.
Thank you.
That said, I still want to let us not deviate from what we are here to address. For the private, I know that private sector, all they want to hear is money, revenue, even government. But private sector, if you are telling them mainstream gender, and it has to do with spending money, they don't want to hear that. Exactly. Okay, so that is what the toolkit is doing for you. It's going to help you to actually show you that this is a national commitment. This is expected of you. Even if you assessed certain credit or fund that is targeted to mitigate climate change, that because Nigeria's NDC 3.0 is now gender responsive, you have to make sure that your decisions in your organization has to be gender responsive. We talked about, yesterday was oil and gas, and we were talking about that oil and gas is male dominated. How can we make sure that the gender mainstream, whatever structure, infrastructure, or decisions, and there are a lot of things. And by the time we finish, they found out that really they can actually mainstream gender in this sector.
Yes, so my question.
Okay, the indicators, right. So for if you the NDC document, I'm not national council, but I'm because I have knowledge of how it is mapped. There, if you go to the sectors, they are divided into phases. Okay, you have where they talk about mitigation, adaptation. There you will see the percentage. You will now see, okay, that by that 2030, that they are expected to have this percentage of women in this sector. They are expected to streamline their funding to actually target women in this sector. You see the percentage. So it's something you need to really open and read from the beginning to the end, and you will see it. 5 minutes. Okay. It's time. Okay, it's time for tea. But let's go through. I'll like just this the page. You see, this work is too much. Let's not just hide somewhere. So I want us to just look at those national commitments and what is expected for us, and we can go for tea break. So we are through with the NDC 3.0. We all understand that it is Nigeria's climate action pledge to the world, and then how it links to MRV. This is how we, let's see how this NDC links to MRV and climate finance. So MRV systems measure and verify how well these NDC commitments are being achieved, just like the question I answered you. So with the MRV tool, all the sectors here will be able to measure, okay, whatever commitment they submitted for the NDC, are they meeting it? Because it's quite hectic to measure all those things, but the toolkit gives you tools, checklists that is very easy. All you need is to print and utilize it. And then it helps for you, climate finance help to be able to fund the projects and programs promised in the NDC 3.0. Also, the gender responsive MRV and climate finance toolkit ensures that when Nigeria report progress, it also shows how women and men benefit equally from these climate actions. Moving on to the LT-led, I already mentioned that the LT-led is the long-term plan that describes how Nigeria achieve their net zero emission. So this, I also said that NDC is 5 years up to 2030, and LT-led is by 2060. And in the context of MRV and climate finance, the MRV system tracks this long-term progress. For example, how much cleaner energy Nigeria produces each decade. And then climate finance identifies and monitor funding sources for this transformation, ensuring investments are inclusive and sustainable. Then also with the toolkit, the gender responsive MRV tools ensure that women, youth, and marginalized groups are part of the green transition and benefit from this new opportunity. So if you and women have not started out that pathway that I showed you, how can we will just say yes, we are, but the data will not come out. So you are seeing how this toolkit is going to help us to make sure that our LT-led is well reported. And then for the biennial transparency report, that's BTR, it is a report that the UN, the National Council on Climate Change, submits every 2 years. So this report shows, it's part of the Paris Agreement. Every country that submits or signs the Paris Agreement must submit their BTR. And it shows what action is taken to reduce emission and adapt to climate impact. And then it shows how much funding is received for all those projects, and then how it is channeled towards different climate activities. Also, it helps us to be transparent and accountable to whatever we are committed to. So in the context of MRV and climate finance, the BTR, with the BTR, the MRV provides the data and evidence used in BTR, and then the climate finance tools tracks how much money was spent and who benefited. These are a lot of issues that stops most of our funding just in the first phase. So all organizations will be able to track how much money was spent, who benefited from it. Also, it ensures that the BTR, being that the NDC is now gender responsive, the BTR will be able to capture women's participation. Actually, they are about to submit the BTR, that's the National Council on Climate Change, will be submitting the BTR any moment from now. And I can tell you that the gender issues or gender reports will not be well captured, because we have seen the whole issues of not even getting our report properly submitted. So, but we know that with all these activities going on, that after the of this current BTR, the next one will be gender responsive. It will be able to capture women's participation, gender impact, and equitable outcome, not just technical emission data. Then you have the ETF, the Enhanced Transparency Framework. The Enhanced Transparency Framework is also a global system that measures all country reports. So it answers, okay, what are you doing to fight climate change? Are you doing it fairly, inclusively, effectively? Can others see and verify your progress? So, in the context of MRV and climate finance toolkit, the MRV and climate finance toolkit is going to help our ETF to be Nigeria's internal engine for collecting the data that fits into ETF reports. The toolkit ensures that this data includes gender disaggregated evidence showing both climate and social outcome, and then the climate finance tracking under the ETF reviews how funds are mobilized, used and helping Nigerians build trust with donor. You know, if they give you money and you're not able to show how you used it, you know, who benefited, that means they're not going to trust you. And then it will also give, the toolkit is going to help you to access more funding facilities from the GCF and the GF. Not only this, there are a lot of other donors that we can access. Break. When we come back, we'll continue. Okay. Before the tea break, we'll go for our group photograph, and then we'll come back for tea break. So we'll take our group photograph outside. Thank you.
I'm still wondering how we are going to finish this particular one. The one question is,
Yeah, I think that's
it's not
just
a
the main
matter
thing.
of
That one captures
raising more than
everything.
others.
Yes.
It should
Then
not be
for the
up to
purpose of
others.
the text, that would you just measure the diagnostics and not that implementation.
Because
So that
it's
we're still doing
MRV.
group assignment, right? Group of
Since it's
assignment.
MRV.
So you just explain
Madam,
that one very well for
don't talk.
them.
Don't talk, please. Don't.
The text.
Don't talk. I want to say something. If they are eating this one, you will not talk that much. Me, I'm not eating something that is fake, and you have cup. That's why I say don't talk. The MRV, I'm looking at it that we're treating MRV. I don't want to ask it as it class. Now, taking the MRV of it, do we still need diagnostic, preparation, planning, implementation
Budget.
in this place, or we're just look at monitoring? Exactly. I just want to be sure so that I'm not having it, because that's this what my head tick. Those sectors, those they have diagnosis plan, we have about
I was talking with you coverage thing and maybe market our office, national bureau of statistics. That since all the sectors are here, well, we submit templates for them so that to them for all this data that we are here, we've been here, and we come to meet them to collect data. Because of this thing, we should kind of attend to our templates urgently too, so that since we are the custodian of all these data that they get. And anytime I can just kind of make our office to give it a voice instead of the empty inside here. Just to like kind of, I don't know if it makes sense.
Overseas is making. But my issue is
And also the platform that I said we should create again.
there's not too much of a noise about it.
Or just,
Everybody make themselves within that buffer. We're not doing as like we're the classroom and playing it down. The only thing I know is that if you see this person, anybody can do. In the two, like transportation that was created, it was a lady that created it. Women, but anything aside, even the one they created, they will still be admin. So looking at all this that we are talking about, let us create. When I say within this ecosystem, then we can be able to share. Somebody that will add the new question, so you are going to target what is it called, toolkit, gender toolkits, and all that. Then you're waste that system. Yes, or something. That you making yourself a classroom. I don't do that. There's no point for it. And then another thing is that we're talking about toolkits where everybody, why fine, MDs are here, gender seats are here, are they the one collecting? When you get to that place, are they the one you're meeting? These are offices that you've been going. Are they not attending to you? Are they not? They've been attending to your templates, you've been getting it. Because we're talking about templates here, so that we're not contending against each other. What we're talking about different from what they're collecting. I'm just thinking. So that you're talking about one, you want to generate templates, everybody knows synergy, collaboration of MDs will always be key for us to be able to share the thoughts in what we've been doing. Because you know we've not been getting this.
No, I mean like in our department, in our department, SG, social and gender services. Mainly we do all these ideas, including inside here. And we kind of generate our things based on what they are about. You understand? So we get all those templates from them. Then we come to the office and create report based on what we get from them and turn it into publication, yearly publication, annually, and but sometimes we meet bottlenecks when we get to those MTAs. You submit templates, you will not get it. You will not get it. You'll be going. At the end of the day, to even make some transits, you have to go again and generate another template and help you. Except maybe you have a contact person there that you keep talking and all that stuff. So it's just like kind of making it known to them template that is gender friendly and all that. So we bring that template to the office.
Like just like I mentioned to you, I don't want to bring it in. We do that. let's see how we can be able to incorporate that at the latter end. For now, I don't want a competition. I don't want to look like competition. Then another thing look like maybe actually I wanted to go out around one. Yes. Yeah, I'm going around. Going out to the office. I have somebody I need to see about.
I don't think we'll finish this. And you've seen comics. So what you said I should let you know about. Have you seen comics?
How can you tell me that somebody wants to do dissemination of news when it is when time you sit on my desk?
I don't even know where he is. He said that I think we should find out. Okay, I'm trying to let him.
Then I don't know what he's talking about 15 and 16. Maybe you need to ask him very well.
Okay, for clarification.
Yeah, for the 15 and 16. Maybe that one, that part I don't know.
Okay, let me ask.
So yeah, ask him about the 15 and 16. What the program is all about. Yeah.
Alpha. So, brilliant. Brilliant. Sorry, I'm talking about.
Okay. So,
Let me use always my desk. It's me, it's yes. Okay. It's very
It's not finished. It's like manna that people
I don't eat fatted thing. It's just my royalty background.
Ethics.
Too plenty.
Eating ethics. You don't want us to be seen
When we leave out.
grandmaster as
Okay, Joel.
you couldn't finish.
Why don't you take your own? You don't like all this pastries. I don't think that's something I need to talk about. I need to work on it now. Somebody is with
Hello.
that's somebody who's waiting for it.
Madam Chinelo.
I
Chinelo.
run away from all these pastries.
Not all the time.
Yeah, of course, but not kind of.
So, starting, a great thank you.
12 again. Yes.
I'm on the same. They said they don't start. Now you and I know they say maybe we do pack our. They say maybe we do pack our load. They don't say. Those will be just.
Um, I believe all of us, the so
the time is not on the side.
okay. So I believe that all of us is very clear now. Our mission here and all these climate change terminologies. I believe that all of us now understand what it means, the definition, why we need to actually make well-informed decisions and all that. So moving on, please let's pay attention to this. This MRV is very, very important. Moving on to the next phase. Okay, for the NDCs and LT-led, BTR, ETF. So I'll be using ETF, BTR. We all know the meaning right now. So all this framework work like together like a system of gears. The NDC sets the goal. The LT-led shows the long-term path. The MRV system measures progress and gathers the evidence. The BTR process is transparent and comparable. Then the toolkit is not just MRV, it's also climate finance attached to it. So the climate finance agenda tools ensure that resources and results benefit everyone, women and men alike, fairly and visible. So I will just run through this project objective. When we get our the soft copy, we can go through. So the training objective it helps us to understand MRV and climate finance, what it means within the Nigerian climate policy framework, and how we learn how to apply this toolkit to ensure that women, men, and vulnerable groups benefit fairly from climate projects and funding. It helps us to use practical tools such as reporting templates, budget tagging sheets, to track, collect, track, and then report data aligned with national and international standards. It also links the gender responsive MRV and budgeting to Nigeria's key climate commitment and strengthens institutional capacity to coordinate, document, and communicate gender outcome. So now, MRV. MRV stands for measurement, reporting, and verification. So it helps you to track your climate action. First of all, with the measurement, you get to collect accurate data on climate activities, how much greenhouse gas has been reduced, or how many women benefit from a renewable energy program. Then the reporting aspect helps you to share this information just like the people see, and it makes us to be transparent and accountable with national authorities and development partners. Then the verification aspect ensures the reported data is reliable, okay, accurate, and meets the ETF under the Paris Agreement. Climate finance. We all hear about climate finance. Okay, so what is climate finance? Climate finance simply means funds and resources used to reduce emission. That's for mitigation and then adapt to climate impacts for adaptation. So a gender responsive approach makes sure climate finance addresses the unique needs and contribution of women and vulnerable groups, not just by counting numbers, but by ensuring equitable participation, decision making, and economic opportunity. So that is why we are encouraging all development partners, all donors, they should actually fund projects that are more decision making and economic opportunity. So why we combined MRV and climate, MRV and finance system are linked. Nigeria can track not only how much climate money is spent, but also who benefits. It ensures accountability and transparency in national climate budget, and then strengthens access to international funding. So when you are transparent, when they see that you are actually spending and you are budgeting well, your report tallies with your expenditures, it strengthens your access to international funding, like from the Green Climate Fund and the GEF. Then, the gender and green climate expenditures. We saw from the previous comments, you keep on seeing GGCE plus or only GGCE. So GGCE means gender and green climate expenditures. So, and you remember I mentioned that the account officers, budget officers, all of them need to use these tools, okay? Why? Because budget tagging and classification system need to be gender inclusive. So with the GGCE, it's a system designed to help government and institutions track how much of their budget is spent on gender responsive and climate related programs. And it combines two priorities. One, gender, ensuring that women, men, and vulnerable groups benefit equally from public spending. And then two, green climate, ensures that funds are directed towards actions that reduce emission and support climate resilience. So when a budget line or project is tagged GGCE plus, it means normally if you are going through all these climate documents, you will see it GGCE plus. It means that the spending contributes to both climate action and gender equality goals. So with the NDC 3.0 being gender responsive, you'll be seeing a whole lot of documents that will be tagged GGCE plus. So the purpose of GGCE in climate finance is to make government budget more transparent, accountable, and inclusive, to help MDAs identify which part of their budget truly supports climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and which have gender co-benefits. It also helps to align national spending with international commitments, such as the NDC 3.0, ETF, LT-led under the Paris Agreement. So let's pay attention to this. So this is how GGCE works. So each project or budget item is reviewed, and when it's reviewed, it's tagged according to how strongly it contributes to gender and climate outcomes. So the tagging often follows a scoring system of 0 to 2. 0 is not related to gender or climate. 1 indirectly contributes to gender or climate goals. 2 directly supports gender climate objective. So once tagged, this data feeds into reporting templates such as the BTR and the climate finance tracking sheet, which allows Nigeria to show where resources are making the great impact. So once they see the budget that we are submitting to them, and they are seeing GGCE plus, is letting them know that, okay, within 0 to 2, that this from 2, that this directly supports gender and climate objective. So in the context of MRV and Climate Finance Toolkit, the GGCE plus tagging metrics and the gender budgeting flagging tools included in this toolkit helps MDAs and budget offices. We had an account officer before. I don't know if they are here with us. So you see how relevant they are in this aspect. And we're encouraging everybody to get this across to them. So it helps MDAs and budget offices identify and record gender climate related budget lines in systems like the GIVMIS. And then it makes it easier to report gender responsive financing to GCF and GEF. Also, it strengthens Nigerians' ability to attract international funding by demonstrating gender equitable investment in climate action. So the main goals of the gender responsive MRV and climate finance approach: one is transparency. It helps with this toolkit to be able to improve data quality and reporting under the Paris Agreement ETF. And then another goal is equity. It ensures that both women, men, marginalized communities equally benefit from climate projects and funding. Also, efficiency using the digital toolkits like the Global Toolbox, Power BI for faster evidence-based reporting. So with this real-time reporting. And then the capacity strengthening, it helps us to build skills among the MDA, CSOs, and partners to apply gender and climate finance tools. Do we all understand this GGCE? You have questions on it?
Sorry, thank you. My question is directed towards it up there. I don't know if you can take the slide back. Maybe the previous, where you were introducing the GGCE. So according to yes, is it here? Yes, yeah. So according to this scoring metrics now, it is stated like for the zero now, where it said not related to gender or climate. So I want to get clarification on that because the definition of climate and gender are quite different, and we understand that climate is broad. So in a case where the project directly speaks to climate but has no gender aggregation to it, do we mark it? Do we score it as
it's not? No, it's related. Gender is everybody.
Gender is everybody.
The story helps you to know if this project is targeting the whole gender, vulnerable, youths,
displacement.
So gender is not just women, you know. So when it is, and especially when you are targeting some donor funds, okay, once you mark it as GGCE plus, they know that this directly supports gender and climate objectives.
But a situation whereby there's no gender or climate in it, is it
There
considered?
should be.
There will be.
Gender or climate?
It might be climate, okay? It might be climate, but not directly targeting that gender. Funds, I don't know example that I can give you.
No, what I mean is like maybe a project for men. Let's say, for instance,
Because
There's no project for
There's no
men.
project for
okay, a
that.
project for women only.
Okay, you can say
Okay, let's say women now.
women and vulnerable.
No, let's just say I'm targeting
Let me
women.
talk, for instance, the project that you know that we did under the World Economic Forum. I don't know about the one but the one we did, they said 80% of women. So you know that this is purely for women. Is it clear? Okay, so moving on. Because we are going to see it in a case study, that's why I want us to understand it. Okay, so the focus area of the toolkit, we have mentioned this reporting templates, digital MRV tools. So I want us to remember that in our previous capacity buildings, we were seeing phases like planning phases, diagnosis, planning, implementation, call it, But here you are seeing more of reporting templates. So there's nothing like, okay, diagnosis or you are doing here, because this MRV is infused in all these phases. So what this MRV toolkit is giving you is the actual tools for reporting, measuring, verification, and climate finance tracking. So, having said that, we move on. Alignment and relevance to Nigeria's climate framework. I don't know if we've talked about it. Then when you get this, you can go through it again. At least we have mentioned it. So why we need to use tools in the gender responsive MRV and climate finance toolkit? We need this because climate action is a big job. We all know it involves different stakeholders. So to make this process organized, fair and transparent, Nigeria has to develop tools to help collect data, manage finance and measure progress under the NDC and the PTR and ETF framework. So Each of these tools plays an important role in making sure climate action benefit both men, women, the vulnerable, and that funds are tracked responsibly. So the ETF, we mentioned that it is the enhanced transparency framework that ensures all countries report their climate progress. These two will help you to be able to collect, organize information from different ministries and states in the same format. When you get the document, you can read through it. This, we have already mentioned it in summary at the beginning, so this is like going in detail. So, tools for digital interoperability, we have mentioned the use of Power BI, Kobo Toolbox, and then it helps with the toolkit. You'll be able to utilize the Power BI for creating, the Power BI is used to create dashboards. And in our previous capacity building, we have talked about syncing our information so that we will not be working in silos. So with the Power BI, you'll be able to have dashboards that is very easily accessible and can transmit information even with people at the field. You can get it at your back end, and then those of us in the public can actually access and utilize it. I have also mentioned the Kobo Toolbox, the give me. If you work with the MD, with the government, you know that it is the government budget management system, and that where climate finance and tagging are supposed to be recorded. Then the ArcGIS, this is what they use for mapping and analyzing spatial data. So wherever projects are located, with the ArcGIS, you'll be able to tag it, and using the Google Earth, you'll be able to know, okay, that in Abuja or in FCT, there is 2 projects funded from GCF in Kwali. You don't need to go there. When you deploy ArcGIS from your office, you can just zoom and see, okay, all the projects that GCF. You know the good thing about this, GCF office is far away is it Germany or where? I don't know. Wherever they are, they can, even other donors, wherever they are, they can easily log into the internet and know our projects, where is it situated? They are seeing it. So it makes it very transparent, and it encourages us. Do you know, most of the people that benefited in that grant, they did not do the thumb and the face prints. We did it, and we got a letter from them acknowledging it made them very happy. They actually used it in their reports. So it gives you a more advantage to access more fund or grant from, or they can even recommend you to other grants, or donors. So these are tools that will help us to connect financial field and spatial data in one place, reduce duplication, ensure real-time data sharing between federal and state and community level, and then allow decision makers to see gender impact visually or on a map or dashboard, making it easier to act on evidence. So tools for capacity building and institutional strengthening. We remember that this is one of the strategic pillars, and we agreed that there is a gap in the capacity building, and as regards gender in climate change. So because of this, the toolkit provides templates such as the institutional capacity assessment, self-assessment form, the competency inventory sheet, the action plan gaps exist. So if we all remember, some of us that came for, most of us that came for different sectors. We talked about the gender diagnostic templates. We talked about it, that you can use to even audit your policies. So here with the MRV, you need to now utilize this form with the MRV, with the institutional capacity, be able to, it's not just we need to bring more people and you are talking, they will tell you that they don't understand what you are saying, or even you are seeking for fund from maybe UNDP, that they should come and support you on capacity building, and you are not giving them the data. So with this toolkit, it gives you templates. You don't need to crack your head. All you need is go to where it is, print it out, or upload it on your Kobo2 box, and it will, even if you are that expert or professional, you will still see something there that will remind you, okay, we need to actually utilize this. It gives you more, makes it more transparent, for them to agree that you really need this capacity building. So this helps institutions to identify strengths and weakness in MRV and gender inclusion, also to ensure every agency knows its role, responsibility, and reporting timeline, also to create a culture of learning, continuous improvement through feedback and adaptive systems. Then for the tools for finance and transparency and gender accountability, I believe we're all understanding this. And like I said, for the other toolkits, he's talking about diagnosis, that's assessment, planning, budgeting, implementation. Then this one is talking about these categories just on reporting data and measurement. So for the tools for finance and transparency and gender accountability, you can apply the GGCE and the tagging metrics and also the budget flagging tools. This will help you to be able to show where the money goes, whether it truly supports gender equality and climate finance, help Nigeria to meet international standards required by donors such as the GCF, and also build trust and accountability between government, communities, and development. So, like we mentioned, climate finance means money spent on projects that help Nigeria reduce emission or adapt to climate change. So, with the GGCE plus the tagging system, government can track how much of that money supports women and climate goals. So in summary, this is what we just spoke about. The ETF aligned building and institutional strengthening, finance transparency, and gender accountability. So moving on to toolkit architecture, structured into about 5 or 7 categories, and it is organized around 7 core tool categories, each serving a specific action in building an integrated MRV and climate finance system that is evidence-based, gender inclusive, digitally connected, transparent and accountable, and aligned with international framework. So, the guiding principle, we all mentioned, we keep on mentioning transparency. So, there is there in UNFTF, they have a whole lot section on transparency. So, they want to know this money we are giving you, what are you using? And the more transparent you are, the more funds you will be getting. The more accountability accountable you are, the more fund you'll be getting. And right now, with the NDC 3.0 being gender responsive, the more inclusive you are, the more accessible you are, the more access you have to more funds.
I can see where you're coming from now.
So the data and also data integrity. Imagine if they give you fund and from wherever they are, they can get access to data. That is actually what we did with World Economic Forum. We gave them the link to our database. So we gave them all the access password. So from wherever they are in where they Swiss, they are in Switzerland. From Switzerland, they were able to access our data, both all the data, picture, fingerprint, how much we spent, everything, accounting details, they have access to it. When we apply, won't they give us? They will give us. So that is the thing about this toolkit and what it will help you achieve when you deploy it. For the stakeholder role across the 5 institutional category, like we mentioned, we did not include all the stakeholders because of space, but we are seeing that at the federal level, you need to coordinate national MRV and climate finance system, which we know that it's the National Council on Climate Change that champions that in collaboration with other ministries. Please.
Stopping the distraction her.
Also, or do you have something to say?
No, it's okay.
Your thought. Yes. So, the federal level, they coordinate national MRV and climate finance system, lead ETF aligned reporting, integrate GGCE plus tagging in GIFMIS, provide national data and oversight. So this is the expectation of what at the federal level they need to actually do or deploy. Then at the sub-national level, when they adapt this toolkit, they need for local data collection, because most projects are done at the grassroots. Okay, so you need also both the state and the local government to use this toolkit, deploy it to collect local data, budget tracking, gender monitoring, feed data to the national MRV system. So if you have already deployed the Cobalt toolbox or the dashboard, you don't need to leave your federal level unless I don't want to, federal now we want to travel because of DTA. So this one might not be bought by it.
No,
You might not like this one, Sha. You don't like Kamba. You want to travel.
I want to travel.
Okay, but at least you need to. I know you need to survey. Monitor is good, but at least it's good to actually train the state and the subnational level, because you will not be in that grassroots for the whole year. So you still need them. We talked about the use of QR for support. You cannot maybe you did a project in Wash and then the borehole has been working. You'll be going there every month to check if it's still working. But with your subnational level support, you can put a QR code there, even with a community representative. Or if the borehole stop working, all they need is to scan the QR code and report the incident, which is very easy and even they can report and you take it up and put it to the right. If it needs technical issue, you can now deploy and solve the issue, because that's the problem with most of our projects. You implement, then you monitor for some time, and then after that, no maintenance, it breaks down, and all that. So this is one of the reasons why we need to actually make use of our subnational level support. Then development partners, they need to provide technical assistance, capacity building support, finance for digital integration, and MRV implementation. Also, for the civil society, I mentioned it and I mentioned it again. I want to mention it again. You see how they stated it? Like UNWOMEN, UNDP, GCF, ICAT, they already know that the NDC 3.0 is gender responsive, meaning that they also, because they are getting fund from wherever they are getting it. So they are already applying and getting this fund. So it's left for us now. It's left for us now. As we go back and they tell you no money to do this, no money to do capacity building, no money, you tell them there is money already. All you need is do all your analysis to actually endorse the better National Council of Climate Change to assess the fund. A lot of funds from African Development Bank. Wash, water, they are assessing a lot of funds from UNICEF. But the thing is that whatever project you are actually proposing to them must be nationally aligned. It cannot be what is out of our NDC. Because where they are getting their own fund, they are getting it based on that this is what they are going to channel it to. So the development partners on this note can give you technical assistance. They can give you capacity building support. I mentioned that this is the low-hanging fruit. I can't count, in short, the capacity building, 3 days workshop, this one workshop, I've attended again. At a particular time, I told them I don't want to attend again. If they were not implementing what we are saying, but they are readily available to sponsor or fund capacity building support. Also, finance for digital integration, MRV implementation, they can do this. And then for the civil society and academia, they are the ones that actually drive more of the grassroots women's group. You'll be able to conduct community level data. I just mentioned what we did where we in eco group. The same thing I mentioned, but now it's telling us, okay, for the reporting template is you see standardized forms for both national reporting under the ETF, PTR, and the C3. Enter gender desegregation outcome submission ensures uniform reporting format and comparable results. For the digital MRV tools, helps you, the purpose is it has core digital platform for real-time collection, visualization, and sharing. So for the Cobalt, you see templates for Cobalt Toolbox. Okay, but you need to, if you go to Google it, when you Google it, Google Cobalt Toolbox, you see a whole lot of resources teaching you how to actually deploy that. So the toolkit, they might not understand at this point, but when they hear you talk, Mama, if they hear you talk, you see how you explain adaptation and mitigation, and people understood. Even some people that have forgotten how I explain it, they're now understanding it. When they hear you talk, they will understand. So we need to, discuss. It's not just to answer questions, it's to discuss. And then you are seeing some people from Energy Commission of Nigeria, and you are seeing some people from Budget and National Planning, they are here. You are seeing some people from academia, they need to tell you, no, in our sector, this is how, so that you, at least if you are making recommendation, you make proper informed recommendation. So having said that, we'll start from you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we share ourselves.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
3, 4, 1. Who is two?
Let's start from the beginning, please.
1, 2,
3.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Two, three, 4.
1.
No, just.
Okay, so please, we can divide this table and Madam Chinelo, divide us, please.
This group 1, yeah, 1 and 2 here. 3 and 4. That's I mean, we don't know ourselves.
So because of time, we would advise for us to just use the flip chart and write directly to it. Previously in our former classes, we used to write on a paper and then we copy on the flip chart. So, but because of time, please, let's just utilize direct writing in the flip chart. Madam Chinelo will share the questions. At least I know each group can get 4 sheets. So they can go
This
around.
is 2. This is 1.
One here, please.
Are you moving today?
The sheet of paper they're going to give you 4.
I will bring.
I think we need marker.
We need marker.
That cake is gonna touch on. You can coordinate.
You can sit here. Please keep your to come here. Don't think about it. My tutu it seems small. Yes. There's someone here.
My check, please.
Yeah, already.
I can see there's not
Okay.
I can join.
Okay, that's good. You are in group 3.
No, group 2. He's in group 2.
Who?
Group 2.
No, he's 3. He's in group 1.
Where is group 1?
This is group 1.
He's 3.
Which are you telling where I am? I hijacked it. Women leader hasn't said anything. You're saying something.
He belongs to the group that is you want to
It's true.
That's
Yes, I
very
know.
I'm telling you, very I'll just look at your diary.
Oh, my, the committee of essays here. Oh. I mean, a personal, I mean, I let her then write
This is annoying. I saw that lady. I just let me keep quiet.
Now she's making house. Make her come on.
But yesterday you were speaking Yoruba. Nobody disturbed. You spoke Yoruba yesterday.
But Aija,
Mm.
come and sit. Come and sit. Let me go to where they were
Just get
signing.
anything for that bar. Why? What's that? My so the boy. Yeah, that's yeah. Now I got more to she doesn't know which.
I have a,
Why?
Why is she saying that? How's the national language? National language of West Africa.
Thank you.
Okay. Huh? What? You don't want to do this. Wow, but why are you saying thank you? Okay, parking of
I have to go and call him now to come and help us back.
Okay, let's start.
Before they will tell us they are coming.
Huh? What can I even go say? No, somebody is there. That lady, she's the one, right? Huh? She's in
She doesn't want to stand up because of us.
Okay. Well,
Advancing gender responsive climate action. Nigeria's Federal Minister of Power and partnership with the National Council of Climate Change and the Budget Office of the Federation implemented the Women in Clean Energy Empowerment Project between 2023 and 2024. The project trained 800 women in solar installation, provided startups grants to 150 women-led SMEs, and installed 50 mini solar grids in off-grid communities across Kaduna, Kogi, and Niger State. During implementation, monitoring teams collected data using paper forms, but these were inconsistent. Budget tagging was incomplete, and no clear gender indicators were reported in 2024 NDC. As Nigeria prepares its biennial transparency report under the enhanced transparency framework, the NCC has asked your group to review the project and prepare a gender-responsive MRG summary using the using the tools of the toolkit. That's the tax for participants. One, apply the appropriate tools from the MRV and climate finance toolkit. Then two, identify gaps, propose improvements, and demonstrate how digital and financial tools can strengthen transparency and gender accountability.
the way you're reading it, that way. Go ahead.
Then is the question. Module 1, reporting template. Question, which reporting form should be used for this project under the BTR? What gender indicators will you include? This is under module 1. Then module 2, digital MRV tools. Then the question is, how can digital tools, in bracket Power BI, Popo Toolbox, QGIS, be applied to improve data accuracy and visualization? Module 3, finance and budget target instrument. And the question is, how will you tag this project in the national budget using GGC input? Module 4, institutional capacity assessment. The question is, which institutions should strengthen capacity for gender MRV integration? Then module 5, MRV governance and operational. The question is, how should data and coordination flow from states? Okay, module 6, data governance and security. The question, what steps ensure data integrity and privacy? Then module 7, training and monitoring aids. Question, how will you track learning outcomes and adaptive feedback after training? Okay. Okay.
So module 1, what are we using? Maybe somebody will write something. I don't So which reporting form should we use for this project? No, I think we should start working on it. Are we all together? So which reporting form should we use?
Almost the guy.
BTR table for mitigation and action. So that is number 1.
Yes, reporting
Templates. So we're going to use BTR table mitigation action for solar installation. Adaptation components.
Reporting templates. Reporting templates.
BTR mitigation action.
That mod 1 can also.
Module 1.
Reporting
Is
templates.
there any extra?
Something we are doing. If you can write and
Okay, let's know. So use this one. Let 2 of them use it. 2 of us will use this.
we are teamwork.
Who will use it?
Presentation can note
Yes,
that.
exactly.
Geotag and map. And map. Geotag. Can we get another marker?
Is that okay?
Yes.
Another one.
So data collection and validation, then tagging and mapping. Those are the ones we have for the MRP tools.
Once again, she said something. Madam, imagery, spatial analysis. Yeah, and spatial analysis. We can even use remote sensing, but she didn't mention it.
We can
Remote sensing.
for this
Community.
so it can be well.
This is the things that you use in geography. Even the security aspect. Spatial analysis, QGIS,
AGC code. AGC code.
Yes, but why? They have to code it.
There's a
So it should be tagged gender principles. Or women empowerment and climate change mitigation tag. So we can give them both the 2 tags.
yes, both the 2 tags.
So then under that we can do specifically renewable energy and classify it as environmental objective.
ETRS. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So number 1, you give it gender principle tag. Gender principle significance.
It should be both gender and climate related.
Climate finance.
Because there's solar here.
Gender and then you can also number 6 call it women empowerment and climate change mitigation tag.
Yes, because it has to. Yes, it has to.
Using GGC.
That's GGCE plus.
Women's empowerment and climate change tag. Mitigation tag. Mitigation tag. No, women empowerment and climate change mitigation tag.
Because it has 2 of them.
So that covers everything.
And then for the project, we can call it gender responsive climate finance. That is what we
But we are talking about renewable energy. National budget. So we should just pick the energy transition instead of the one you mentioned now. We are doing the budget. National budget of our project. This is the title of the story. Which you say talking about
Tracking
energy. So when we are now talking, we have to like tailor it towards what we are working on. So I'm talking about gender responsive energy transition. Under governance and operational.
that's model 5.
Subnational level, subnational level.
What should data analysts coordination
Subnational review. Subnational review.
number 1?
National, all the states.
Review.
National.
Number 2, why did you
Yeah, they call them subnational. All states are called all states.
does have connection?
They are all states.
Excuse me.
Do it one by
Madam,
one. So I
I
do
do the presentation. So
but
that's
if I can't read it well, then I just Number 2, that's
national.
Of all, when she mentioned checklist of all relevant in the states, local government, there should be a check.
In front of all states.
Checklist of all
See, that's what I'm seeing. Look at me. See that?
What will happen us to make conclusion first. He's not canceling.
Please read number 1 out so we can conclude.
Number 1 is subnational review.
Relative stakeholders in front of all states. Right? Relevant, sorry.
There's no space for
That's
Module 4. It's not module
Number 5, you have full answers. Number 1 is
How
data
should
collection
data
of
and
projects.
coordination flow from states?
State level review the national
Take it out to digital transformation. National MRG hub.
national MRP hub.
Yeah.
Which means they change.
To homogeneous
When they say character,
model 6, model 6.
when they say he has
Data integrity.
Data government and data governance and security.
now we're gonna do
What step ensure data integrity?
And if processes are digitalized, they will have data that is of integrity. For example, if we reduce paperwork,
Make it electronic.
That's
and make it
copying.
electronic, so digitalization and
Digital validation.
We did that, we've captured
said
that
digital
already.
validation.
The digital validation is there.
What of data validation?
We've gotten it as in protection. Instead. Okay, so
number 7 now.
wow.
We'll flush you out.
You know what's happening?
Mama, Baba, na Malaysia, Mama, no,
That idea.
I want Mama and
Mama
Essie
did it.
to be together.
Mama is
The Mama did very calm.
Oh, my Essie go.
I know the SAD group 3.
Essie migrated from me.
I hope they go to the outside now. They started to do outside.
I don't finish. I don't finish.
But don't you know that they are well known?
So there's a form ground.
Okay. So this one, do you have something?
And it requires
No, the
acknowledgement.
seven.
Hello.
How will you track learning
Good afternoon,
outcomes?
everybody. Hello. We are with you. People at the back. We are with you. One house, please, just 1 minute. There's a form going round that requires your account details and your names. Please, when filling the account details, we don't accept fintechs. So OPay, PalmPay, all those fintechs. Our system does not pick them as accounts. So strictly commercial banks, please. And help us write the account in such a way that you can actually read it. Please, preferably use block letters when writing. Thank you. The form is going round. It will get to you. Thank you.
Knowledge shared, different activities and programs, learning outcomes. Learning outcomes okay, learning outcomes is the project trained. Okay, so how will you track learning outcomes after the training of solar installation? Monitoring and evaluation, then following up on.
Training assessment.
monitoring and everything. We never do presentation. Okay. No more ginger.
Monitoring monitoring and evaluation in comments.
Monitoring and evaluation. So that this person
Sorry, it's supposed to be just that
Fence. Excuse me.
just do this one first. That's more important. Let me write my name.
You can't just give them what you give them and allow them to. Like in Nigeria now, when you give them the freezer with solar, they will sell it after they go out. So you have to put trackers on that. I've done that's been my idea for a long time. So that you catch them. I said that to Coca-Cola 18 years ago and they did it. Because they have to track them.
Yes.
Then that is for monitoring. We are done. Yeah, adaptive feedback.
2 minutes to go.
For post-training survey.
You won't cut their mind, Abby.
See, monitoring aids. There's management.
Evaluation. Okay.
I'm not presenting, please. And I just said, can we add please?
Can we have the addition, please?
Yes.
Give it to her. Let her assess it.
Give it to her, let her read it so that if there's any way.
Please, we're doing it.
Oh, now you know group work. You want to say something about addition? Please.
So that you read it too, and if there's any way you can help.
She's working in
How long?
environmental impact. So they are doing things.
This is my first time. Okay, this is your first time. Oh, okay. Give me, I'm not interested.
This is her schedule.
You are the one. How do you know that?
I don't
Are you
mind
from the same organization?
I can do presentation update. But this
Are you from the same organization?
We are not from
We are the organization.
It's not right. What you're saying is not right. It's not my schedule. It's a teamwork, so I feel everybody should contribute.
We've done that already now.
Right, it's fine. We are not contributing to the presentation.
I said that she should read if there's something to add. I just we have time.
We are passing it environment.
I've not been in the environment for quite long. I'm in environmental scientist.
We are read your own password. Read check spelling, anything. Check.
Just talk to my mother.
I have a question for you. Why do roads, these people that repair roads, why do they always wait till wet season before they?
We don't even repair roads during wet season. Wait, ma'am.
They do.
Let me answer her, ma'am.
Yes.
This is for the boys. Let me answer her.
I have a very good
Madam, let her answer you.
I was talking recently, one guy stopped me. Now, the problem that you are seeing that during rainy season, because of lack of projects, our people are working on direct labor, on straight labor, on a lot of things. But because of there are a lot of things, Nigeria is how many kilometers of road do we have? We can't maintain it because we don't even have the right budget. How much is our budget? So that's why our agency are not looking at this climate change. Because we have a lot of climate change. There's one road that just breaks, it will be like 10 billion. Who's going to give that money? If you say to manage it, and again, another sometimes it will. So all the things is lack of budget. Are you getting me?
What can you say about this Calabar Coastal Road?
No, that is our buses. We
like this our group.
Phone charging. Sorry. Just don't worry, just like that.
Any contribution?
No, don't answer. Just roll out.
road construction during rainy season.
I wanted you to roll out so you don't have to bend your back. As you won't bend your back. I'm putting it back.
But rather than this season, our work we do it times 10 because we're doing everything. All the
It was AI.
even in Saudi Arabia, I was in Saudi Arabia. Like, because so Nigeria is really Nigeria. It's a small country.
So I carry my thinking.
Your mama is cooking the food for your father. And you say you know it better than her.
Took mama add inside hot soup. Say mama do the right thing. No. This one that they are doing how many million for 1 kilometer.
So this is our mama's cooking. So let her charge the papa. We are parastatal.
Oh, nice meeting all my group member. You guys are brilliant and exceptional. A round of applause for each and every one of you.
I'm the only man here.
And you enjoy it. No, you're not the only man. Go see Papa here.
Welcome to society.
I
I say Oga like this. He likes this group.
See Papa out there.
Papa is here in our group. So you're not the only man.
We have our papa with us.
Let me distract them again. 2 minutes to stop.
2 minutes more.
The way we answer you.
A
project.
We collected extra sheet yesterday. How many sheets? 3.
Yes.
And get ready for attack. They might ask questions. And just give a relatable example. Ajay, pass to Madam, when you are done, pass to her so we can go through
But this second one, you know they said we should identify gaps.
We have mentioned it from the past work, right?
No, this is your one. Read it now. Patient 2. Identify gaps. You're not reading it.
It's already embedded here. You people now have a climate. What does call me for training now. Yes, now sustainability. Yes, so all right. Because he has to. I said, call me for training. Let me come and play. Let me come and see people you hold tight. Then people see and this one. It's national.
This way. It's this way.
Okay, come with him. Sorry, how come it goes here? Okay, they just have it done. Oh yeah, now that means it's crossed. You missed us. You missed me, your group. I did not miss you. Hey, you missed me. I missed you. Good morning. No, you didn't know. You just look like one of my friends. Oh, yeah, no. You look like my friend too. Monisola. You just talk like that. You look like Monisola. He was calling me with money here.
Yes, okay.
So you should stop calling me. I am here with money. I'm covered. Oh, God. Did you answer this one? Yes. That was the last time. Man, are you in group 2? Yes. First question to question. That's what Mama said. It was intertwined. Yes. Thank you. I'm going back to my seat. It's not comfortable, my one bedroom flat.
Which means you're from statistics? No.
What is it?
No, I said, where do you want?
CSO space. Development sector.
Which one?
It's green innovation.
So back to my oh Lord. What's up? Okay,
okay.
I'm my God. She can try thinking.
Okay, she got 5
So are you true? How do you get ready?
Neither, I don't want to do it.
Don't be giving them the graphical term.
No, exactly. We want to give them partial analysis.
Geographical.
Let me read it.
Yeah, just
Yes. Group 2 is ready.
So group 1
One is ready. One is ready.
69.
Oh, no.
Let them start.
Okay, this is your seat. Oh, I don't take over. You're a good one, so we should choose where to sit first. You're a good two. You were here at 2. I don't already know.
Hello, my dear. How you doing, ma'am? Walaikum salam. How far?
Group 1 already, so we are one to
Yes. How far? What's happening here?
Are we?
But we didn't give us. We that
Okay, they have not shared class.
You come this way, we'll give you.
Can I get you? Tell them. Who is sharing now? Maybe they will just call him and say, no, I don't know. You know, or had it been, you know, the madam, I would say, give her, let me come back to her, the new madam. Or you tell anybody. So bye bye.
What we want to take this space for now. Are you writing
Hello, I'm he finished what?
Collect that one.
Hello? Okay, don't worry, I'm coming now. Don't worry. You say what? Move from here now. You say what? I say what you want me to do? I'm not hearing
Is everybody have collected? I don't have one. My friend. My friend. Hey, don't tell me that. I have said, yes, I have.
We are ready. Group 1 is ready. Group 1 is ready.
One is the number 1.
We are number 1.
Group 1 is number 1.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, look at it. National Day.
I'm telling you, what you want me to do for you? Just wasting time. And when you come back, I'll give for you here, or you take something. Where's Abba?
This one is great.
Why are you listening to
Group 1 is ready.
Group 1, ready? Who is ready?
Okay, those ones are not ready.
Where is the place to manage?
They will not be right. It's here.
They will not come here.
Group 1, if you are ready, you can start.
Please, everybody tell them not to come here. You need people.
It's not exams. Everybody has passed already.
No, they told
It's not exams. They have passed. Let them
people that are talking to know themselves. And I said they should not come here.
If they copy now, we have done it.
What group are you? Mr. Jude. What group? Group 0. Ah, which one is group 0?
Control 1 minus 1.
Your dress is fine.
No, but I didn't wear it.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, that's what they said.
Well, that's what they said. That
Group 2 present, are you ready?
Excuse me, ma'am. Madam. Madam. I just. There's no power BI there. That's what I'm saying. You know, they mentioned 3 tools. And I'm not saying that that's the power BI. That's why it's spoken out.
Please, let's listen to Group 1.
Group 1 is presenting now.
A round of applause for Group 1.
Four. Okay. Let's start with group 4. Group 4 can go and take their lunch. The people at the end. When they come back, then group 3 can do the presentation. So starting Chinelo.
Gender responsive MRB tool to strengthen transparency, accountability in the renewable energy program. So question number 1, I think somebody should be reading the question for me so that I can just be going directly to answer. Question number 1, which reporting forms should be used for this project under the BTR? So from this, we said we are going to be using the BTR tables, adaptational components, and the reason why we are using this is because of we need to have the transparency in carrying out this project for gender responsive reporting template. And this have to go to align with the Nigerian National MRB framework so that it can work together. And this form should include gender disaggregation, aggregated data. And then we are going to use MT Digital MRB. So a number of the women trained and employed in the solar, they can be supported by the project. So number two, what gender indicators will be included? So we said data collection and validation, we're going to use the Kobo tools. And the reason why we're using the Kobo tool is number of the percentage of the women beneficiary trained are matched. So it will be easier for us. And then we will use geotagging and mapping, QGIS, so that we can have real-time data and pictures of the reality of the things that are happening. So we use the geographical mapping. And we will use satellite imaging again. And there's some that are not, because we're geographers, we say remote sensing too can be used even though that's So this will increase the income of the women by knowing them. You're going through transparency and you're doing well, accurate project, so that everybody is going to be will be part of it, and the reality of it will be. Number three is the finance and budget. So the question of number three is, how will you tag this project in the national budget using GGC code? So we said, number one, we answer with gender principle significant tag. So the tag we put is gender principle significant tag, which is tag under the green and gender responsive climate expenditure cost. And then we use which is gender significant tag, women, this women empowerment and climate change mitigation tag. So this will understand the women group that we really want, so we can segregate it into different types of group. So gender empowerment in energy transition is starting to ensure tracking of the funds that we contributed to the women, both in climate mitigation and gender equality outcomes. Module 4, institutionalizing, is it? Capacity assessment. The question said, which institution should be strengthening the capacity for the MRV integration? NCC, mana, Abina, coordination flow from state to national MRV hub. So MRV hub, it can go through governance, operational, and subnational review of all state and local governments. Inclusive checklist of all the relevant stakeholders, digital transmission, national MRB hub, and that is number 5. I can explain it more with saying that the state level coalition and validation can collaborate with Ministry of Energy and some of the ministries that are doing the things, including the NCC and the state ministry of maybe environment and climate change of all the states. Then number 6. Is it? What did they say number 6? There was one project that happened, they gave them solar refrigerator. Immediately they will sell it. Like Coca-Cola now, they are putting something in their freezer, trackers. So there's that, Nigerian people, you give them the thing and then they sell it immediately. So there's need of digital validation, data protection, privacy. It doesn't have to go into TikTok, social media, and giving social people, because some people will not come out because they don't want to be shown. They keep collecting things from the government. So we have to be very careful on that. So we have to protect the privacy of the people. Digital audit, that is external and in what's going on. So there's need of auditing, both internal and external. If it's given to the state government have to be part of the budgeting, the NCC, the federal government, and everybody. Number 7 said monitoring, training and monitoring. So After you've given all this to the women, 800 women, you have to follow back, you have to do monitoring and evaluation. You have to understand what happened, when it happens, and what will you do next? What are you going to correct? Where to correct? So with this, group one has done. Thank you.
Good clap for group one. Do we have any questions for group one? No, so they will not forget. Yes. Do we have questions for group one?
No, I just it. I'm not comment.
Okay, group two, can we have your presentation?
Okay, women are not a homogeneous group. Amongst women, there are different identity markers that distinguishes indicators to make sure that there is a gender and intersectionality, the urban or from the rural communities, and then literacy status of these women. So, and for module 2, that's question 2. How can digital tools with the bracket options, Power BI, Kobo Toolbox, QGIS, be applied to improve data accuracy and visualization? So we said we're going to be applying Kobo Toolbox. He's our Kobo. We actually ended up calling him Kobo Toolbox Master in our group because he had a very good understanding of how to use the tools. And we selected these tools for various reasons. One of them is the fact that so to address the challenge of collecting data on paper, remember when I talked about the challenges with how the project was implemented, and then with manual representation of data, we're also able to collect real-time data and then enable offline data collection and also easily interpret the required data. So these were the reasons we picked Kobo Toolbox. And then module 3, we have finance and budget tagging instruments. How will you tag this project in the national budget using GDCE? So our facilitator taught us that for any report you see GDCE plus, that's how first you know that there was an integration of gender and climate. And then we also chose number two, because 0 was, there was no tagging at all. 1 was indirect, and then 2 means direct tagging. So we're doing GGCE plus 2 code. For module 4, institutional capacity assessment, what institution should strengthen capacity for gender MRV integration? So we said, so of course, the ministries, the MDA already represented here is what we had streamlined our answers to. And we said the Federal Ministry of Power, the National Council on Climate Change, the Budget Office, and yes, across Kaduna, Kogi, and Niger states. These are the people that would require institutional capacity assessment to be able to do better. So because we're very gender sensitive, I'm going to hand over now to our Kobo master to continue this presentation.
Thank you very much, my fellow presenter. So on question 5, say how should data coordination flow from states?
One house, please.
One house, please. 5, you said MROV. So Kobo Toolbox, using these two data is generated from states to the federal. What is actually saying in this place is that, you know, we talked about the usage of the Kobo Toolbox. It gives you access to real-time data. So the state offices or our field officers actually use this Kobo Toolbox to generate the data and flows directly center, which is mainly the NGO, sorry, Ministry of Power that is here. And that can actually help for informed decision making instantly. Then on question 6, transparency, and gender accountability. So on the first phase, which is the reporting template, we were asked that which used for this project under the BTR. Then the national budget using GGCE codes. So we say we use digital tools. You understand? So digital toolkits can be used to ensure accuracy and visualization. Then
Number two is how can digital tools.
okay, sorry. Okay. I think I skipped number 2. Yes, so sorry for that. So the module 2 says digital MRV tools, and it's how can digital tools, which is powered by Kobo Toolbox QGIS, be applied to improve data accuracy and visualization. So we say digital toolkits can be used to ensure accuracy and visualization, and we also says it also ensures real-time data collection, visualization, and sharing. So so the Power BI tool can be used to analyze, while the Kobo Toolbox can be used for data collection. Code 2, which is the project directly contributes to gender and climate change. Yes, then the module 4, which is institutional capacity assessment. So the question says, which institutions should strengthen capacity for gender MRV integration? So we etc. Then we also see the expected outcome, which is it will increase capacity strengthening, enable effective MRV reporting and efficiency across institutions. Then our 5th phase, which is the MRV governance and operational tool. So the question, how should data and coordination flow from state? Okay, how should data and coordination flow from state to the national MRV hub? So it says it can flow through regular submission of data from the state to the national, through focal persons in institutions, through QGIS mapping. So and also ensures digital operability. Yes. So the model 6 is data governance and security. So the question is, what steps ensure data integrity and privacy? So we can say that that it ensures MRV data is reliable. That is to ensure MRV data is reliable, safe, and compliant with standards. So we can say that data validation, yes, data validation is also a step for us to ensure data integrity and privacy. Then we can also say applying data governance checklist, privacy by design protocols. Then the number 7, which is the last phase, is training and monitoring aids. So the question is, how will you track learning outcomes and adaptive feedback after training? So we can say we can use real-time feedback mechanism, reporting and evaluation, continuous assessment, M&E, and continuous learning, with also training of trainees. They can be used to track learning outcomes and can also be used for adaptive feedback after the training. Thank you.
Look at the camera.
So okay, so do we have any questions for group 3?
Please, can we give a round of applause for group 3? I know some of us are still eating, but we are not eating with our mouth, with our hands. We can clap. Please, can we clap for them? Because, You know, the truth is that this is supposed to be a 3 days capacity building, you know, and it was compressed to 1 day due to logistics. But you can see that even from what, you know, the questions we were asked at the beginning and what we are present, it shows that we have grasped the whole thing, you know. Please, let's have women lead. Let's clap for group 4. Let's encourage them to come because I don't see them, but so let's just encourage them. They should come. Group 4, encourage your presenters to support them. It's moral support.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Group 4 presenting. So question 1. Which reporting form should be used for this project under the BTR? And we went with GGC form and the BTR forms. Key indicators, gender indicators be included, number of women trained, number of women that received the startup grants from the case study. Okay. Question 2. How can digital tools like Power BI, Kobo Toolbox, QGIS be applied to improve data accuracy and visualization? So we went with GIS and Google Earth, using dashboards and Kobo Toolbox surveys, GIF budgeting tagging, and GQS mapping. Question 3. How will you tag this project in the national budget using GGCE codes? So we went with code 2 because it directly supports gender and climate projects. Question 4. Which institution should strengthen capacity for gender MRV integration? The institutions selected included Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, NCCC, Ministry of Power from the case study, international partners, and CSOs. Question 5. How should data and coordination flow from states to the national MRV hub? So we said the states should upload their data through the data dashboard to enable monitoring and to ensure that the data is complete. And also they should use the online MRV portals. Through this portal, the states can upload their data directly, and anybody from the federal level can access these data and information. Question 6. What steps ensure data integrity and privacy? We said the data needs to be reliable, it needs to be safe and compliant with standard by designing protocols and backup schedules for ethical and secure data. Question 7. Training and monitoring aids. How will you track learning outcomes and adaptive feedback after training? We said after the training, you could assess and evaluate. You could also do key review indices to ensure that the people that were trained actually know what they are doing in the implementation process. And we went with regular check-ins. Once in a while, the federal can come down to the states where the project was implemented
to be sure that everything is going well. Thank you.
Can we clap for the floor? Can we clap for them? Thank you very much. We all did well. Can we clap for ourselves? I would say that at this point, I can even leave the seats as a facilitator, and everybody here can sit on the seat. I'm telling you, I will recommend that UNWOMEN should contract everybody here to also train the trainer. So let it not be that I am marking myself 100/100. But really, I am very impressed and I'm very happy. I can see the gaps that we noticed at the beginning. You know, solution questions. But Mama, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? So you can see that group discussion is very, very important. You know, and at this point, I would want to hand over the microphone to us. We want to hear from you, especially, those that are new, this is the first time they are coming, and what, is your expectation met? Did you learn something? Is the capacity building? We all know that it is very, very important, but have you picked something that you can actually implement when you go back to your organization? I'm going to give microphone to people. Okay, somebody is raising hand here. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Jackson. I am the lead strategist at Plenary. We are a training and consulting agency that's from the private sector. I walked into this room, I think only having heard of the NCCC and the framework that has been ongoing. And so that was my key interest in all of it. And like the questions that were asked, I think I literally didn't know most of that, but at the end of it, what I see is the relevance of it. And as a trainer and one who does curriculum development for SMEs and all of that, with the toolkit, I can adapt this in our trainings to train other organizations, to point other private organizations that it is very important that as entities, we contribute our own quota to achieving this, both with the gender mainstreaming and doing the climate change as we learn. Thank you very much.
He's saying he's going to actually integrate this in the curriculum. So we are seeing it's no longer like stopping in the organization, but even down to curriculum, which is very important. Okay, I want to give the microphone to somebody else that have not spoken throughout this workshop.
Thank you very much. My colleague, we work together in environment. And also, I want to appreciate you for your presentation. My name is Banditena from Federal Ministry of Environment, Department of Education, Land Education, and Drought Management. I appreciate you, ma'am, for your presentation and the work done. However, most of the things you have discussed here, we have also integrated in our policies and our programs. The Kobo tool is one of the tools we use daily in our project monitoring, which we can use to analyze the number of women youth employed in a particular project, which we use analyzing in QGIS. So it's part of us, and we have been using it, and we've developed I will also use GPS coordinates, mapping of wherever of any land, with drones. This application we use to analyze our land condition. But going forward, with your introduction of these two kits, we can also incorporate some things in our work going forward in order to enhance our capacity and gender inclusive. We also, in our policy, we have gender mainstreaming in our new policy that's coming on, which integration of both the the PWD and whatever any other things inclusive. So I appreciate you, ma. You are my senior colleague, and we work together in the environment. I know you very well. I know that you have the capacity to do that. And this project is very good for us. And I would like to say that thank you very much for what you have been doing and continue. We will continue to support you and strengthen you. May God bless you very much. Sorry? Okay, thank the UNWOMEN very much for inviting us. Sorry. For inviting us. When I was coming, I asked, am I a woman? I said no, but I received the message, and we are glad to collaborate with NCCC for this wonderful initiative. Thank you very much.
Want to give to somebody that she has been consistent. Like I know all of us has been consistent. We have been coming, but from the first day, from Agri, she has been coming, and I want her to just give us an overview. She has attended the N2 Kit capacity building. Let's hear from.
Yes.
Okay. No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Ogochi. I really appreciate this opportunity to say something.
Your name and your.
My name is Peggy from National Bureau of Statistics, and I've been present all through the training, and it has been so very inspiring. Let me start from Madam. She has been, her system of teaching has been so very inspiring to the extent that I was even joking it, how you were kind of interacting and all that. And I'm going to implement it because I'm also a trainer and I go out to train. So adapt your system of training, which is very super. And now I have learned very well the two keys. And I know that the first one is there's a unit in the department, but we're campaigning for it to become a department, and which we're working on it seriously. So with this now, we can go and then review our policy in National Bureau of Statistics and then propose to our chief executive officer that maybe we need gender focal points in all our departments, because National Bureau of Statistics is a very big office. We have offices in all the states of the Federation and also, Abuja here. So we're a big office, and I want to also use this opportunity to kind of tell because this is a cross session for everybody here. So I'm appealing to everybody that National Bureau of Statistics, we send out our own template, which is disaggregated. So we are very gender responsive in dealing with our templates. So when we bring it to your MDAs, please populate it rightly and give it to us, because we are custodians of all these MDAs when it comes to data. So please populate it the right way in your own way. We might give you the template the way that is, we don't know much about you, but try as much as possible to populate the template based on what you do, so that if anybody, all these international donors comes, the data is available for them to access. So I want to thank you, Mrs. Ogochi. I don't want to talk too much so that I won't take the whole time. But I have learned a lot. And we're going back to National Bureau of Statistics to talk to our chief executive officer so that we can have desk officers in all the departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, I want to give to somebody that will speak on behalf of the development partners. Let's hear from her.
Thank you. Who am I to speak on behalf of the European
Just
partners?
here, in this table, they're representing them.
Again, my name is Lilian Ibe, and I work with International Project Partnership. So this is my first day being part of the training, and so far I'd say it's been rewarding. Um, it's been worth it, my time. So where I see we can come in. So for us, we implement different programs, and I think that what we have learned here today can actually be mainstreamed in every sector. I know there were about just 7 sectors, but I see it being applied in every, even healthcare, right? And so we have, as an organization, we currently have programs in agri and health that we're working. So the idea is to take this knowledge home and make sure that everybody is aware. Because sometimes what we see in this space is, people like to duplicate efforts or replicate what already is existing. We just have that way of reinventing the wheel. And if I hadn't been here today, yes, I have heard about the NDC, but today there were like so many other things that I wasn't aware of.
Planning. And the work was here. I appreciate.
Okay, to wrap,
I appreciate.
Okay, to wrap up on this feedback, I want to give to a senior management officer that I know is a senior management officer, to actually just give us a feedback. I know she was here during the energy, power and energy, and she's here today. At least let's hear from her the feedback and also from her position, advice to all of us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Adela Ileri. I work for the Energy Commission of Nigeria. I'm a deputy director in the Renewable Energy Department. I thank UN Women, our consultants, and everybody involved. It has been an interesting 2 weeks from the launch to the various trainings. So it has been good. For those of us that had an idea, we've gotten more knowledge, and those that didn't have, at least have understood the basics. We need to all research more and learn more about this. For me, it's particularly, I'm actually on leave, but because I'm so interested in it, I have been coming for the sessions that I have come for. And like I said at the beginning, what I like about it is we've been talking about gender mainstreaming, at least for us in the energy sector. It's been on for years, and over the years we have tried to mainstream gender in our energy policy. But what is good about this is not just talking about it, it's showing you how you can actually mainstream practically. And the good thing, it now takes it into sectors that hadn't been mentioned before now. The only, I'm a bit uncomfortable with the fact that we don't have those toolkits already. I hope it comes soon. And we are already, when we started, I was here with 2 other colleagues. So we are planning to go and revive our gender team at the office, subject to approval, and we'll do trainings. We used to have this gender training in the office where we bring everybody at par on what it means. So when there's a nomination, there has to be some percentage of women that are going for it. My office has been good with that. So we want to go and revive that. And we are interested in getting our toolkit. So we start looking at it. So when our energy policy is coming out, it looks much better than it is now. So I really appreciate this, and I thank you all for the opportunity.
Should I write it in for you?
Yes,
Thank you, everyone. I will call on the UNWOMEN to give us a closing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody, but I'll not be the one doing the, if you call it, vote of thanks. I'd call one of our senior colleagues who will be representing SMT this afternoon to do that. Ms. Chidima May, please.
Okay, this was actually a setup. So, thank you very much for being here with us. I think it's been an amazing few days, and thank you very much. I think today, the participation today was really engaging, and we really appreciate it. And we hope that when you leave here today, please, we expect all your institutions to be more gender responsive. All of you are gender champions, so we expect that. And we're also expecting more collaboration. So please feel free to, reach out to UNWOMEN. We are happy to provide, whatever support, technical support you need. To the consultant is also here anytime. Please ensure you use these tools. All the action plans we developed here, please let's not forget them. Let's not leave them behind. Let's go with them and then take them back to our offices. And we'll be expecting to hear more from you. If you have some successes that come out, as you start implementing, please feel free. Don't wait until it's a very huge result. It could be one small thing. They could say, okay, maybe we instituted maybe something. It could be prioritizing gender, prioritizing, one thing or the other. Those small wins. Please always feel free. You have Aisha's number. You have all our some numbers from here. Please feel free, reach out, share those small wins and those small successes, so that we can all celebrate it with all of you. And yes, we look forward to hearing all your stories and seeing a more gender responsive Nigeria. Thank you.
When SMT speaks, we don't speak again. SMT has spoken. My own is to just. Thank you, everyone. It has been wonderful. We wish you safe trip back to your various places. Thank you, Madam Ogochukwu, for a wonderful week. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.